Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The Adler homestead burned in Sadie's dreams every night, flames licking at snow-covered timber as she watched from a distance, helpless. Sometimes the dream changed. She found herself inside the burning house, searching desperately for Jake, calling his name until smoke filled her lungs. Other times, she relived those moments hiding in the cellar, listening to her husband's final pleas and the cruel laughter that followed. Tonight was no different. Sadie woke with a strangled gasp, hand reflexively reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. For a confused moment, she couldn't remember where she was. The canvas tent above her, the unfamiliar bedroll beneath, none of it made sense until reality reasserted itself. Coulter, the Vandalin gang's temporary shelter, her new not home, never home. Outside, snow fell heavily, adding to the deep drift surrounding the abandoned mining settlement. 3 weeks had passed since Dutch Vandalin and his people had found her half frozen in the ruins of her life. 3 weeks of existing in a fog of grief and rage, barely speaking, mechanically performing the chores Miss Grimshaw assigned her, cooking, cleaning, mending. Women's work, they called it. The same work she'd done alongside Jake, except then it had been a partnership, not a sentence. Sleep wouldn't return now. It never did after the dreams. Sadie pulled on her boots and coat, still the same clothes she'd worn that night, now washed of blood but forever stained in her mind, and slipped outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold hit her like a physical blow, but she welcomed it. Better to feel the bite of winter than nothing at all. Most of the camp still slept, though lamplight glowed from the cabin where Dutch and his lieutenants made their plans. Guards would be posted somewhere, but Sadie had learned their patterns, the blind spots in their vigilance. Not that she had anywhere to go. The mountains were impassable, and even if they weren't, what would be the point? Her life lay in ashes behind her. She found a relatively sheltered spot behind the building serving as the camp's kitchen and leaned against the rough timber wall, watching her breath form clouds in the frigid air. The silence of the mountains pressed in around her, broken only by the occasional creak of snow-laden branches. Can't sleep? Sadie startled, hand again reaching for a non-existent weapon. Arthur Morgan emerged from the shadows, his broad shoulders dusted with fresh snow. Of all the gang members, he was the one she felt most comfortable around, perhaps because he'd been there that night, had seen the aftermath of what those men had done to her home, her husband, her life. He'd never pressed her to talk about it, or offered empty platitudes about time healing all wounds. "The dreams again?" he asked when she didn't respond. Sadie nodded, turning her gaze back to the darkness beyond the settlement. Always the same. Arthur leaned against the wall beside her, offering a cigarette which she accepted gratefully. The ritual of lighting it, drawing the harsh smoke into her lungs, gave her something to focus on besides memories. "When my wife and son died," Arthur said quietly after they'd smoked in silence for a while, "I dreamt about them every night for years. Still do sometimes." This was new information, Sadie had known Arthur long enough to recognize he rarely spoke about himself, especially anything personal. She glanced at him, noting the faraway look in his eyes. "Does it ever stop hurting?" she asked, hating the vulnerability in her voice but needing to know. Arthur considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "No," he finally answered. "But eventually you build something around the hurt, find purpose, even if it's just making it through another day." Purpose. The word echoed in Sadie's mind. What purpose did she have now? Every goal, every dream she'd shared with Jake had been ripped away in a single night of violence. All that remained was vengeance, she said aloud, the word crystallizing her scattered thoughts. Finding the men who did this, making them pay. Arthur's expression grew troubled. "The O'Driscolls are a nasty bunch, Mrs. Adler, and there's a lot of them. I don't care if there's 100 of them," Sadie replied, surprising herself with the conviction in her voice. "I'll kill every last one." Before Arthur could respond, movement near the main cabin caught their attention. Dutch emerged, engaged in intense conversation with Hosea Matthews. Despite the early hour, both men were fully dressed and alert, their hushed voices carrying concern. Arthur straightened, instantly attuned to his leader's mood. "Something's happened," he murmured, crushing his cigarette underfoot. "Stay here, Mrs. Adler." Sadie watched as Arthur approached the pair, their conversation becoming more animated as he joined them. She couldn't make out the words, but Dutch's expansive gestures and Hosea's restraining hand on his arm told a story of disagreement. Finally, all three men disappeared back into the cabin. Curiosity overrode Sadie's usual inclination to avoid the gang's business. She moved closer to the cabin, positioning herself near a partially open window where lamplight spilled onto the snow. The men's voices became clearer, though she still had to strain to hear. "Spotted just west of Hanging Dog Ranch," Hosea was saying. "A small group, 5 or 6 at most." "O'Driscoll's, no doubt about it," Arthur confirmed. "Question is, what are they doing so close? Colm usually keeps his boys further north this time of year." Dutch's response carried that peculiar mix of charisma and danger that seemed to define the man. "Perhaps our friend Colm is still looking for revenge over that business in Blackwater. Or, perhaps..." He paused significantly. "Perhaps they're still hunting for survivians from that homestead they raided." Sadie's breath caught in her throat. They were talking about her home, about the raid. About possible survivors, not of her family, but of the men who had destroyed it. "We should send someone to track them," Dutch continued. "Not to engage, just to ensure they don't stumble upon our little sanctuary here." "I'll go," Arthur volunteered immediately. "Can head out at first light, be back before anyone notices." "Good man," Dutch approved. "But remember, observation only. We're in no position for a war with Colm O'Driscoll right now. Too many wounded, too vulnerable in this location." The conversation shifted to other matters, but Sadie had heard enough. She slipped away, mind racing with this new information. A small group of O'Driscolls, possibly some of the same men who had raided her home, were within riding distance. For weeks, she had been adrift in grief. Purposeless, helpless. Now, suddenly, she had direction. By the time she reached her tent, Sadie had already formulated the beginnings of a plan. Arthur would be leaving at dawn to track the O'Driscolls. He knew the territory, was experienced in moving undetected. She would follow him, stay far enough back to avoid discovery, but close enough not to lose his trail. For the first time since that terrible night, Sadie felt something besides grief and numbness. The ember of rage that had been smoldering inside her flared to life. warming her from within. She would find these men, and when she did, they would pay for what they had taken from her. The problem of weapons presented itself immediately. The gang kept careful track of guns and ammunition, and Sadie had not been trusted with either. She would need to improvise. Returning to the kitchen building, she selected a knife from among the cooking implements. Not ideal, but sharp enough for her purposes. A heavy iron skillet joined it, wrapped in cloth to prevent noise. Not conventional weapons, but she was intimately familiar with both from years of frontier living. The hours until dawn passed slowly. Sadie prepared as best she could, gathering what supplies she could take without arousing suspicion. Food from the kitchen, jerky, hard biscuits, a small pouch of coffee, extra layers of clothing borrowed from the community pile, a water canteen left carelessly near the horses. Just before first light, she watched from the shadows as Arthur prepared his horse, checking equipment with methodical care. He spoke briefly with John Marston, likely explaining his absence for the day, then mounted up and rode slowly out of camp, careful to avoid making unnecessary noise in the pre-dawn stillness. Sadie waited until he was well away before making her move. The horse she chose was one of the less favored mounts, a sturdy if somewhat cantankerous mare that wouldn't be immediately missed. Saddling it proved challenging. Though she and Jake had owned horses, Jake had usually handled the tack. By the time she managed to secure everything properly, her fingers were numb with cold and frustration. It was fully light when she finally led the horse away from camp, taking a circuitous route to avoid the sentries. The snow complicated matters, leaving obvious tracks, but fresh flurries had begun to fall which would help cover her trail. Once clear of the immediate area, she mounted up and turned the horse in the direction Arthur had taken, scanning the snow for signs of his passage. Hours passed as Sadie followed Arthur's trail down from the mountains, the air gradually warming as they lost elevation. Forest replaced the stark alpine landscape, pines heavy with snow providing better cover for her cautious pursuit. Occasionally she would catch glimpses of him ahead, a flash of movement through trees, the distant figure of rider and horse crossing an open meadow. By midday, Sadie had settled into the rhythm of tracking, her frontier experience asserting itself despite the years spent in relative comfort with Jake. The mountains had always demanded certain skills from those who lived among them, and she had learned them well. Still, maintaining enough distance to avoid detection while not losing the trail entirely required all her concentration. The weather shifted in the afternoon, the snow giving way to a thin, cold rain that penetrated clothing with miserable efficiency. Sadie pushed on, ignoring the discomfort. Physical pain was almost welcome, a distraction from the constant ache of loss. As the day waned, she noticed Arthur's pace slowing, his route becoming more cautious. They must be nearing the O'Driscoll camp. Sadie reined in her impatience, forcing herself to move with exaggerated care. One mistake now could ruin everything. The sound of a stream guided her to where Arthur had left his horse concealed in a small copse of evergreens. Sadie dismounted a good distance away, securing her own mount before proceeding on foot. Moving silently through the forest was challenging with the carpet of wet leaves and twigs, but she managed a reasonable approximation, stepping carefully and testing each footfall before committing her weight. Eventually she located Arthur, a shadowy figure prone on a small rise, observing something beyond through a spyglass. Staying low, using available cover, Sadie worked her way to a position where she too could see what had captured his attention. A small clearing opened beyond the rise, at its center a ramshackle cabin with light glowing from its single window. A lean-to shelter housed several horses, while a campfire burned beneath a crude canopy, protection from the drizzling rain. Men moved around the camp. She counted 4, though there could be more inside the cabin. Even at this distance, the distinctive green neckerchiefs identified them as O'Driscolls. Hatred rose in Sadie's throat like bile. These men, or men just like them, had destroyed her life, had murdered Jake, burned their home, taken everything. She watched them moving about their camp, laughing, sharing a bottle, utterly unconcerned. They had ruined lives and felt nothing, continued existing while Jake lay cold in the ground. Arthur shifted position slightly, beginning a careful retreat now that he had confirmed the O'Driscoll's location and numbers. Sadie remained motionless, processing what she had seen, formulating a new plan. She would wait until nightfall, then approach the camp. 1 woman against 4 or 5 men were poor odds, but surprise would help even them, and rage. Rage would give her the strength she needed. Once Arthur had withdrawn completely, Sadie retreated to where she'd left her horse. She would need to wait several hours for full darkness, time she could use to prepare herself mentally and physically for what was to come. The rain continued falling, soaking through her clothing, but she barely noticed. Her focus had narrowed to a single purpose: vengeance. As she waited, memories of Jake rose unbidden. Not the violent end for once, but quieter moments. Jake showing her how to set rabbit snares when they first moved to the mountains. His patient instruction as she learned to shoot. His pride when she proved a natural marksman. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. The feel of his calloused hands, gentle despite their strength. "I'll make this right, Jake," she whispered to the darkening forest. "Make them pay for what they did to you, to us." But even as she spoke the words, doubt crept in. Would Jake want this? His gentle nature had been one of the things she loved most about him. He had never killed except for food or defense, had always sought peaceful solutions to conflicts with neighbors or passing strangers. Sadie pushed the doubt away. Jake wasn't here. Jake would never be here again because of men like those in the clearing. Whatever he might have wanted ceased to matter the moment they took his life. Night fell completely, the rain tapering off to leave a damp, chilly darkness. Sadie checked her makeshift weapons one final time, the kitchen knife secured at her waist, the heavy skillet in hand. Not ideal for what she planned, but they would have to suffice. At least the darkness would help conceal her approach. And once she had surprised the first O'Driscoll, she could take his gun. The plan was desperate, likely suicidal, but Sadie found she didn't particularly care if she survived. Jake was gone. What did it matter if she followed him, so long as she took his killers with her? She approached the camp with painful slowness, using every shadow and bit of cover available. The O'Driscolls had grown louder as night deepened, passing a bottle and sharing ribald stories. Their negligent security worked to her advantage. No sentries posted, no one paying particular attention to the surrounding forest. These men felt safe, untouchable. Sadie reached the edge of the clearing, concealing herself behind a massive pine within throwing distance of the campfire. From this vantage point, she could see 5 men, 4 around the fire, 1 standing in the doorway of the cabin. All armed, all confident in their superior numbers and firepower, none looking in her direction. She selected her first target, a wiry man seated closest to her position, his back partly turned as he gestured animatedly during some story. If she could take him by surprise, use him as leverage against the others. Before she could move, the cabin door opened fully and a 6th man emerged. Sadie froze, recognition hitting her like a physical blow. Even in the uncertain light of fire and stars, she knew him instantly. The heavy beard, the scar bisecting his left eyebrow, the the distinctive pattern of his coat. The leader of the raid on her home, the one who had given the orders, who had laughed as Jake begged for her life, thinking her still hidden in the cellar. For a moment, Sadie couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All her careful planning evaporated in a red haze of hatred. This man, this monster, stood mere yards away, alive and untroubled by what he had done. While she had been drowning in grief, he had continued his miserable existence without consequence. Unacceptable, she whispered, the word barely audible even to herself. What happened next unfolded with dreamlike clarity yet impossible speed. Sadie burst from cover, closing the distance to the campfire before the stunned O'Driscolls could react. The heavy skillet connected with the first man's skull with a sickening crack, dropping him instantly. She snatched his revolver even as he fell, swinging to aim at the leader, her true target. "Remember me?" she snarled, finger tightening on the trigger. But the moment of surprise had passed. The remaining O'Driscolls scrambled for weapons, shouting warnings. A shot rang out, then another. Sadie felt a burning sensation along her ribs but ignored it, focusing entirely on the bearded leader who had drawn his own weapon with practiced speed. Time seemed to slow as they faced each other across the clearing, recognition dawning in the man's eyes. "The woman from the homestead," he said, voice carrying that same mocking tone she remembered from that night. "Thought we'd got you too." "Not yet," Sadie replied, and fired. Her shot went wide as another O'Driscoll slammed into her from the side, knocking her to the ground. The impact drove the air from her lungs, the stolen revolver spinning from her grasp. Desperate, she clawed for the kitchen knife as rough hands pinned her arms. "Well now," the leader chuckled, standing over her. "This is interesting. The little misses come looking for revenge, boys. How sweet." Laughter rippled through the group as they hauled Sadie to her feet, one restraining each arm while a third searched her roughly for additional weapons, finding and confiscating the kitchen knife. "And what exactly was your plan here, missus?" the leader asked, genuine curiosity in his tone. "Take on 5 armed men with a frying pan? Can't decide if that's brave or just plain stupid." Sadie spat in his face, earning a backhanded blow that split her lip and sent fresh pain lancing through her head. She tasted blood, metallic and warm, but felt a grim satisfaction at having provoked him. "Feisty one," commented the man holding her left arm. "Just like that husband of hers, eh, Tom? Wouldn't stop begging for her even when you put the blade to him." Fresh rage surged through Sadie at the casual discussion of Jake's final moments. She struggled violently, nearly breaking free before a solid punch to her midsection doubled her over, gasping for breath. "Enough playing," said the leader, Tom apparently. "Tie her up. We'll decide what to do with her once we've figured out if she's alone." He gestured to 2 of his men. "Check the perimeter. Could be a trap." As the O'Driscolls dragged her toward the cabin, Sadie's mind raced. Her impulsive attack had failed catastrophically. Now, instead of delivering vengeance, she faced the same fate as Jake, or worse, given the leering looks some of the men were giving her. The crushing weight of failure threatened to overwhelm her, but she forced it back. So long as she lived, there remained a chance, however slim. Inside, they bound her to a sturdy wooden chair, using rope with the casual efficiency of men accustomed to such tasks. The cabin's interior was sparse and filthy, a few bedrolls scattered on the floor, crates serving as makeshift furniture, empty bottles and food scraps littering every surface. A single oil lamp provided meager illumination, its flame reflecting in the bearded leader's eyes as he pulled another chair close, sitting to face her directly. "Now then," Tom said conversationally, drawing a knife and testing its edge with his thumb. "Let's have a proper chat, shall we? Start with who you're working with." I work alone, Sadie replied, voice steady despite her fear. See, I don't believe that. The knife moved closer, its tip resting against her cheek, just firmly enough to dimple the skin without breaking it. Woman like you, coming after us by yourself, doesn't make sense. The pressure increased slightly. Try again. My husband is dead because of you, Sadie said, each word precise and cold. You destroyed my home, took everything from me. What part of that doesn't make sense? Something flickered in Tom's eyes. Not remorse exactly, but perhaps recognition of her pain. The knife withdrew slightly. Business, nothing personal, he said with a shrug. Orders from Colm. Clear out any homesteads in that area, gather supplies, leave no witnesses. His tone suggested this explanation should satisfy her, as if it somehow mitigated the horror of what they'd done. It was personal to me, Sadie replied, hatred making her voice tremble. And it'll be personal when I kill you for it. Tom laughed at that, genuinely amused by her continued defiance despite her obviously dire situation. Spirited, I can see why your man fought so hard to protect you. He leaned closer, breath hot against her face. But he failed, didn't he? And now here you are, all alone, with no one coming to save you. Before Sadie could respond, commotion erupted outside. Shouts, followed by gunfire. Tom's head snapped up, instantly alert to the threat. He barked orders to the men remaining in the cabin, then turned back to Sadie with narrowed eyes. Friends of yours, after all, he growled, grabbing her by the hair and pressing the knife to her throat. Let's go welcome them properly. Using Sadie as a shield, Tom moved toward the cabin door, positioning himself carefully to see outside while remaining mostly protected by the doorframe. What they saw made him curse viciously. The clearing had erupted into chaos. 2 O'Driscolls already lay motionless on the ground, while the others fired desperately into the surrounding forest. From multiple positions around the perimeter, return fire came with deadly accuracy. Vanderlin's boys, Tom spat, recognition and fear mingling in his voice. How'd they find us? Sadie felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Relief at the unexpected rescue, frustration that her personal vengeance was being co-opted, fear that she might still die in the crossfire. Most of all, confusion. How had the gang known where to find her? The answer appeared in the form of Arthur Morgan, materializing from the darkness at the edge of the clearing like an avenging spirit. He moved with deadly purpose, firing with precision as he advanced on the cabin. Tom saw him too and made his decision instantly. Back door, he ordered the remaining O'Driscoll, then began dragging Sadie backward through the cabin, knife still pressed to her throat. Make a sound, and I'll open you neck to navel, he hissed in her ear. They exited through a crude rear door, emerging into darkness broken only by muzzle flashes from the ongoing gunfight. Tom pulled Sadie toward the lean-to where the horses were kept, clearly intending to escape with her as hostage. Self-preservation had evidently overcome any loyalty to his fallen companions. Sadie's mind raced, seeking opportunity in chaos. The ropes binding her hands behind her back severely limited her options, but Tom's grip on her arm had loosened slightly as he focused on navigating the darkness. If she could create just a moment's distraction. Decision made, Sadie deliberately caught her foot on an exposed root, stumbling heavily against her captor. It wasn't much, but the unexpected shift in balance forced Tom to adjust his grip, momentarily moving the knife away from her throat. Sadie threw herself sideways with all her strength, breaking free of his grasp and falling hard to the ground. Pain shot through her shoulder at the impact, but she rolled immediately, trying to put distance between them despite her bound hands. Bitch, Tom snarled, lunging after her. A gunshot cracked through the night. and Tom staggered, clutching his shoulder. Blood gleamed black in the dim light, soaking rapidly through his coat. Another shot followed, and he dropped to his knees, eyes wide with shock. Arthur Morgan appeared at the edge of the small clearing, revolver still raised and smoking slightly in the cold air. He approached cautiously, keeping his weapon trained on the wounded O'Driscoll. "You all right, Mrs. Adler?" he asked, gaze never leaving the threat. "Been better," Sadie managed, working her way to a sitting position despite her bound hands. "How did you find me?" "Weren't hard. You ain't exactly experienced at covering your tracks." A hint of wry humor colored his voice despite the gravity of the situation. "Figured out what you were planning, soon as I spotted you on that ridge." Tom had slumped further, blood pooling beneath him, but his eyes remained alert, darting between Arthur and Sadie. "Finish it then," he gasped, defiant even in defeat. Arthur glanced at Sadie, something unspoken passing between them. Then, surprisingly, he lowered his gun slightly. "Not my kill to make," he said simply, then moved to help Sadie to her feet. Once upright, he cut her bonds with a quick slice of his hunting knife. Sadie flexed her fingers, restoring circulation, then held out her hand. Arthur understood immediately, passing her his revolver. Sadie approached Tom slowly, the weight of the gun comfortable in her hand. This moment, this exact scenario of confronting Jake's killer, had played through her mind countless times since that night. In her imagination, it had always ended the same way. Her triumphant, him begging for mercy that would never come. The reality was messier, less satisfying. Tom stared up at her, pale from blood loss but still somehow defiant. No begging, no remorse, just the cold acceptance of a violent man meeting a violent end. "Remember my husband?" Sadie asked, voice steady. "The man you murdered while he begged for my life?" "Lady, I've killed so many men I couldn't possibly remember them all," Tom replied, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Nothing personal." "This is," Sadie said, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the clearing, momentarily drowning out the sounds of the larger battle. Tom collapsed backward, a neat hole centered in his forehead, eyes staring sightlessly at the night sky. Sadie stood over him, expecting to feel something. Relief, satisfaction, closure. Instead, a curious emptiness filled her, as if the act of vengeance had created a void rather than filling one. "Feel better?" Arthur asked quietly, moving to stand beside her. "No," Sadie answered honestly, but it needed doing all the same. The gunfire from the main camp had died down, suggesting the fight was over. Arthur gently reclaimed his revolver from Sadie's unresisting hand. "Dutch is gonna have questions," he warned, "about why you followed me, why you went after these men alone." "Let him ask," Sadie replied, new resolve hardening within her. "I ain't sorry, and I won't pretend to be." Arthur studied her for a long moment, then nodded, something like respect showing in his expression. "Come on then. Let's get you patched up and head back to camp." They walked together toward the cabin, where lamplight now spilled from the open door. Dutch Vanderlyn himself stood framed in the doorway, his distinctive silhouette unmistakable even in the poor light. Other gang members moved around the clearing, checking fallen O'Driscolls and collecting weapons. "Mrs. Adler," Dutch greeted her, voice carrying that peculiar mix of charm and danger. "Seems you've had quite the adventure." "These men killed my husband," Sadie stated simply. "Burned my home. I came for justice." "Justice," Dutch repeated thoughtfully. "Or vengeance? Is there a difference?" Sadie challenged, meeting his gaze directly. A slow smile spread across Dutch's face, genuine admiration replacing his initial displeasure. Not in my experience, Mrs. Adler, not in my experience. He gestured toward the cabin. Javier, see to Mrs. Adler's wounds. The rest of you, clean this place out. Anything useful comes with us. As Javier Escuela approached with bandages, Dutch placed a hand on Sadie's shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. You've got spirit, Mrs. Adler. Courage. We can use that in our family. Family. The words stirred complex emotions in Sadie. Her family was gone, destroyed by violence and cruelty. Yet here was the offer of something new. Not replacement, never that, but perhaps purpose. I want to learn to fight proper, she said suddenly, decision crystallizing even as she spoke. No more women's work. I want guns, training, everything the men get. Dutch's eyebrows rose slightly at her boldness, but his smile only widened. Well now, that's a conversation for another day, I think. But I admire your directness. He glanced at Arthur, who had been watching the exchange silently. What do you think, Arthur? Think Mrs. Adler here has what it takes? Tracked me through difficult terrain, planned an assault, survived capture, Arthur enumerated calmly. I'd say she's already shown more sense than half the fools we ride with. A short laugh escaped Dutch. True enough. Very well, Mrs. Adler. Once we're back at camp and you've had time to recover, we'll discuss your change in duties. He moved away, calling orders to the others as they prepared to depart. Javier led Sadie to a stool inside the cabin, where he efficiently cleaned and bandaged the bullet graze along her ribs. The pain, which adrenaline had mostly masked until now, flared sharply as he worked, but Sadie welcomed it. Physical pain was straightforward, honest in a way emotional pain never managed to be. You've got grit, Signora, Gervais commented as he finished. Most people would have died trying what you did tonight. Almost did, Sadie acknowledged. But you didn't, he pointed out. That's what matters in this life. As they prepared to leave, Sadie took a final look at Tom's body, still lying where he had fallen. One small piece of justice in a world that rarely provided it. One fragment of vengeance for Jake. It wasn't enough, could never be enough to balance what had been taken from her, but it was something, a beginning perhaps, rather than the end she had anticipated when setting out on this desperate mission. The ride back to Coulter was long and uncomfortable, her various injuries making themselves known with each jolting step of her borrowed horse. Arthur rode beside her, occasionally checking to ensure she wasn't about to fall from the saddle. The others, Dutch, Javier, and two men Sadie hadn't been formally introduced to yet, ranged ahead and behind, alert for any pursuit. Thank you, Sadie said finally, breaking the comfortable silence between them, for coming after me, though I wish you'd let me handle it myself. You were outnumbered 6-1 with a skillet and a kitchen knife, Arthur reminded her dryly. Wouldn't have been much of a reckoning. Still, Sadie met his gaze directly. It was my fight, my vengeance. And you got it, didn't you? That fella at the end, he was the one. Sadie nodded. The leader, the one who gave the orders. She paused, memories threatening to overwhelm her again. But there were others, more O'Driscolls who were there that night, who watched and did nothing, or worse, participated. There's always more, Arthur said, something dark and knowing in his tone. That's the trouble with vengeance, Mrs. Adler. It's a road with no end. They rode in silence for a while longer, each lost in private thoughts. The sky had begun to lighten, dawn approaching as they neared the mountain paths that would lead back to Coulter. "What happens now?" Sadie finally asked. "With Dutch, the gang?" Arthur considered her question carefully. "Dutch meant what he said about you being part of the family now. He sees something in you. Same thing I do. Strength, determination." He glanced at her. "But it won't be easy. Gang life, it takes as much as it gives." "I've got nothing left to take," Sadie replied simply. "Then I guess we'll see what it gives you instead." Arthur adjusted his hat against the growing light. "For what it's worth, I think you'll do just fine, Mrs. Adler." Sadie looked ahead, toward the mountains where temporary shelter awaited. Not home, never home again, but perhaps the beginning of something new. The emptiness inside her remained, a void that neither vengeance nor violence had managed to fill. But alongside it, something else had taken root. Purpose, determination, the first fragile shoots of a new identity forming from the ashes of the old. "Call me Sadie," she said finally. "Just Sadie." As they began the ascent toward Coulter, Sadie Adler left behind more than the body of her husband's killer. She left the woman she had been, a wife, a homesteader, someone defined by connection to others. That woman had died the night Jake did, though her body had continued moving through the world. In her place rode someone new, someone still forming, edges not yet fully defined. A woman who had faced death and dealt it in return, who had tasted vengeance and found it insufficient yet necessary, whose hands could hold a gun as easily as a skillet, and whose heart had hardened just enough to survive in a world that showed little mercy. The shadows of the raid would always be with her, darkening the corners of her mind during quiet moments. But now, at least, she could see beyond them to something else. Not happiness, that seemed too much to hope for, but purpose, strength, and perhaps, eventually, a new kind of belonging among these outlaws who had, in their rough way, offered her a chance to become something more than simply a victim. The sun broke fully over the eastern peaks as they reached the final approach to Coulter, painting the snow-covered landscape in shades of gold and rose. A new day. And for Sadie Adler, the beginning of a new life, forged in blood and grief, but moving forward nonetheless. The return to Coulter brought no hero's welcome. Miss Grimshaw intercepted them almost immediately, her usual stern demeanor amplified by genuine concern and considerable anger. "Where in God's name have you been?" she demanded, taking in Sadie's disheveled appearance and blood-stained clothing with widening eyes. 3 a.m, I check your tent, find it empty." She broke off, attention shifting to Arthur. "And you, Mr. Morgan?" Dutch was beside himself when you both went missing. "It's handled, Miss Grimshaw," Arthur replied calmly, helping Sadie dismount. "Mrs. Adler's had a rough night. Needs rest and fresh bandages." Susan Grimshaw might run the domestic side of camp with iron discipline, but she knew when to set aside questions in favor of immediate needs. Her expression softened slightly as she took Sadie's arm, supporting her weight. "Come along then. Let's get you cleaned up before infection sets in." Sadie allowed herself to be led toward the women's quarters, exhaustion suddenly crashing over her now that the immediate danger had passed. The last 24 hours felt dreamlike, disconnected from reality. The desperate tracking through snow and forest, the confrontation with Jake's killers, the unexpected rescue, and finally that moment of vengeance that had simultaneously changed everything and nothing. Inside the cabin that served as the women's sleeping quarters, Miss Grimshaw worked with brisk efficiency, helping Sadie out of her filthy clothes and examining her various injuries with a practiced eye. "People graze here," she muttered, gently probing the wound along Sadie's ribs that Javier had hastily bandaged. Bruising, minor lacerations. You're lucky to be alive, Mrs. Adler. Luck had nothing to do with it, Sadie replied, wincing as Miss Grimshaw applied a stinging antiseptic to her wounds. Arthur and the others showed up just in time. And why exactly did they need to show up at all? The older woman's tone carried equal parts concern and reprimand. What possessed you to go herring off into the wilderness alone? The question hung between them as Miss Grimshaw continued her ministrations. Sadie considered various lies or evasions, but ultimately settled on the truth. I found the men who killed my husband, who destroyed my home. She met Miss Grimshaw's gaze directly. Went to settle the score. Alone. Armed with what exactly? Kitchen knife and a skillet at first, Sadie admitted, a hint of grim humor creeping into her voice despite everything. Improvised from there. Miss Grimshaw paused in her work, studying Sadie with new intensity. For a moment, Sadie thought she might receive another lecture on proper behavior or the foolishness of her actions. Instead, the older woman simply nodded, something like understanding or even respect flickering in her eyes. Well, can't say I wouldn't have done the same in your position. She resumed bandaging Sadie's ribs, though perhaps with better planning and more appropriate weapons. That unexpected solidarity marked a subtle shift in how Miss Grimshaw treated Sadie from that moment forward. Less like a fragile widow to be protected, more like a woman capable of making her own decisions, however reckless. Once her wounds were cleaned and bandaged, Sadie was directed to rest. She sank onto her bedroll, body demanding sleep even as her mind continued to process everything that had happened. The image of Tom's face in that final moment, not afraid, not repentant, just surprised that his violent life had met an equally violent end, played behind her closed eyelids. She had killed a man, deliberately, intentionally ended his life. The fact should have disturbed her more than it did. Instead, she felt a curious detachment, as if the action had been performed by someone else, some harder, colder version of Sadie Adler that had emerged from the ashes of her former life. Sleep claimed her before she could examine these thoughts further, pulling her down into blessed darkness. When Sadie woke, pale winter sunlight filtered through the cabin's small window, suggesting she had slept well into the following day. The other women's bedrolls were empty, their owners lightly performing their usual camp duties. For a moment, Sadie lay still, taking inventory of her body's complaints. The sharp pain in her ribs, duller aches from various bruises, the stiffness of muscles pushed beyond their usual limits. Physical pain she could handle. It was the hollow feeling inside her chest that proved more troubling. She had expected some release after confronting Jake's killers, some easing of the grief and rage that had consumed her since that terrible night. Instead, she felt unfinished, as if what had happened at the O'Driscoll camp was merely the first step on a longer journey whose destination remained unclear. The cabin door opened, admitting a blast of cold air and Abigail Roberts, carrying fresh bandages and a steaming mug. "You're awake," Abigail observed, offering the mug. "Miss Grimshaw thought you might need this." Sadie accepted the coffee gratefully, its bitter warmth exactly what she needed. "Thank you." Abigail settled on a stool nearby, watching Sadie with undisguised curiosity. Arthur told John what happened. "About you going after those O'Driscolls alone?" She shook her head, somewhere between admiration and disbelief. "That was either very brave or very foolish." "Bit of both, I expect," Sadie admitted after a long sip of coffee. "Did it help?" Abigail asked quietly. "Killing the man who took your husband?" The question was direct, personal, Yet Sadie didn't bristle at it. Something about Abigail's manner suggested genuine concern rather than idle curiosity. "Not like I thought it would," Sadie replied honestly. "Thought I'd feel, I don't know, relief, satisfaction. Instead," she struggled to articulate the emptiness that had followed her momentary triumph. "Instead, you realized that him being dead doesn't bring your husband back." Abigail finished for her, understanding evident in her voice. "And now you're wondering what comes next?" Sadie looked at her with new appreciation. "Exactly that." Abigail nodded, her expression suggesting she spoke from experience rather than speculation. "I can't tell you what should come next, Sadie. That's for you to figure out. But I can tell you that you've got people here who'll stand with you while you do." The simple offer of solidarity, delivered without judgment or expectation, touched something in Sadie that her violent revenge had not. For the first time since Jake's death, she felt a fragile connection to another person, not replacing what she had lost, but at least suggesting that complete isolation wasn't her only possible future. "I want to learn to fight," Sadie said, the decision solidifying as she spoke it aloud again. "Properly, I mean, with guns, not kitchen utensils." A smile tugged at Abigail's lips. "I expect you'll find plenty of teachers here, though you might want to heal up a bit first." After Abigail left, Sadie forced herself to rise despite her body's protests. Staying abed any longer felt like weakness, and Sadie Adler had decided she was done being weak. Moving carefully to avoid aggravating her injuries, she dressed in the clean clothes someone had left for her. Men's clothes, she noted with surprise, more practical than the dresses she'd been wearing since joining the camp. Outside, the day was clear and cold, sunlight glinting off snow with blinding intensity. The camp had returned to its usual routines, Pearson working at his cooking station, the Reverend wandering aimlessly with a bottle, Dutch and Hosea deep in conversation outside their cabin. Arthur was nowhere to be seen, likely out hunting or scouting. Sadie made her way toward the main cabin, knowing she would eventually have to face Dutch and explain her actions. Better to do it on her terms, while she still felt the clarity that had come with confronting Jake's killer. Dutch saw her approaching, interrupting his conversation with Hosea to watch her progress, with that intense gaze that seemed to evaluate everyone and everything in terms of usefulness to his grand plans. "Mrs. Adler," he greeted her as she reached them. "Surprised to see you up and about so soon. You've had quite an adventure by all accounts." "Mr. Vanderlyn," Sadie acknowledged. "Thought we should talk about what happened." Dutch exchanged a glance with Hosea, then gestured toward the cabin door. "Indeed we should. Please, join us inside where it's warmer." The cabin interior was significantly more comfortable than the women's quarters, with a roaring fire and actual furniture rather than just bedrolls on the floor. Dutch indicated she should take a seat near the fire, then poured 3 cups of coffee from a pot keeping warm on the hearth. "Arthur gave us the broad strokes," Dutch began, passing her a cup. "But I'd like to hear your version of events, Mrs. Adler." Sadie recounted the previous day's events without embellishment or excuses, from overhearing their conversation about nearby O'Driscolls to her decision to follow Arthur, the confrontation at the camp, and finally her execution of the raid's leader. Throughout, Dutch listened with unwavering attention, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. "You took an extraordinary risk," he said when she finished. "Could have gotten yourself killed, could have compromised our position here." "I know," Sadie admitted. "Wasn't thinking clearly, just knew I had to do something." "I understand vengeance, Mrs. Adler," Dutch continued, his voice taking on that philosophical quality that seemed to emerge whenever he discussed his view of the world. "The need to balance scales that have been tipped against you. But in this family, We survive because we act together, with purpose and planning. Which is why I want to learn, Sadie replied, meeting his gaze directly. To fight, to shoot properly, to be useful instead of just another mouth to feed. Dutch studied her for a long moment, then glanced at Hosea, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. A wordless communication passed between the two men, some evaluation or decision made without needing verbalization. Very well, Dutch said finally. Once you've healed, Arthur will begin teaching you to handle firearms properly. In the meantime, you'll continue helping Miss Grimshaw with camp duties. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intensifying. But understand this, Mrs. Adler. No more solo ventures. No more private vendettas without consulting me first. Is that clear? The directive rankled despite its reasonableness. After years of making decisions jointly with Jake, then these weeks of existing in grief's isolation, the idea of surrendering autonomy to another's authority felt like a step backward. But Sadie recognized the compromise being offered, a chance to develop skills and independence, balanced against the collective security of the group. Clear, she agreed finally, and thank you. Don't thank me yet, Dutch replied with a hint of amusement. Arthur's a demanding teacher, and the path you're choosing isn't an easy one. His expression sobered. Vengeance is a complicated business, Mrs. Adler. It rarely ends as cleanly as we hope. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Arthur appeared in the doorway, knocking lightly on the frame before entering. Snow dusted his shoulders and hat, suggesting he'd just returned from somewhere. Mrs. Adler, he greeted her with a nod. Good to see you up. Arthur, Dutch turned to his lieutenant. We were just discussing Mrs. Adler's future with our family. She's expressed interest in learning more practical skills. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. Has she now? Once she's healed, I'd like you to teach her to handle firearms properly. Dutch tone made the request sound more like an instruction, and perhaps some basics of self-defense. If Arthur had any objection to this assignment, he kept it well hidden. Happy to, though I hope you'll be a more attentive student than some I could mention. Possibly this, with a wry glance toward where John Marston could be seen chopping wood outside. The matter apparently settled, Dutch rose, indicating the meeting had reached its conclusion. Rest and recover, Mrs. Adler. Your education begins once Miss Grimshaw deems you sufficiently healed. Outside, Arthur fell into step beside Sadie as she made her way back toward the women's cabin, her energy already flagging from the brief exertion. So, he said conversationally, planning to become an outlaw now, are you? Planning to survive, Sadie corrected, and maybe settle a few more scores along the way. Arthur was quiet for a moment, considering her words. Those O'Driscolls at the camp, they weren't all of them, not by a long shot. Colm O'Driscoll has dozens, maybe hundreds of men scattered across several states. I know that, Sadie replied, though the scale of the task had not fully registered until Arthur stated it so plainly. Don't expect to get them all, just as many as I can. They had reached the women's cabin. Arthur paused, studying her with an intensity that reminded her somewhat of Dutch's evaluating gaze, though with less calculation behind it. You remind me a bit of someone I used to know, he said finally. Woman with a fire inside her, determination that wouldn't quit. A shadow passed across his features. Just be careful that fire doesn't burn you up along with your enemies. Before Sadie could respond to this cryptic warning, Arthur touched the brim of his hat in farewell and moved away, heading toward the horses as if preparing for another outing. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of recovery and routine. Sadie's wounds healed gradually, aided by Miss Grimshaw's surprisingly effective homemade remedies and regular rebandaging. Camp duties kept her occupied during daylight hours, mending clothes, helping Pearson with meal preparation, assisting with the countless small tasks necessary to keep their temporary community functioning in the harsh mountain environment. But her mind was elsewhere, anticipating the promised training, planning how she would transform herself from vulnerable widow to someone capable of facing O'Driscolls on equal terms. At night, she practiced handling her kitchen knife, familiarizing herself with its balance and grip until it became a natural extension of her hand. It wasn't a gun, but it was a start, a way to prepare herself for what was to come. The dreams continued, though less frequently and with subtle changes. Jake still featured prominently, but increasingly she dreamed of him as he had been in life, rather than his final moments, teaching her to fish in mountain streams, laughing as they built their home together, quiet evenings by the fire discussing their hopes for the future. She would wake from these gentler dreams with tears on her cheeks, the grief still raw but somehow less consuming than before. One evening, as Sadie sat by the main campfire mending tears in a shirt, Arthur approached and settled on a log nearby. "Miss Grimshaw tells me you're healing well," he commented, rolling a cigarette with practiced ease. "Well enough," Sadie agreed, setting aside her mending. "Ready to start those lessons whenever you are." Arthur lit his cigarette, the match flame briefly illuminating his weathered features. "Thought we might begin tomorrow if the weather holds. Nothing too strenuous at first, just basic handling, maintenance, proper starts." "I ain't made of glass, Arthur," Sadie said, mild irritation coloring her tone. "Had a bullet graze, not consumption." A small smile tugged at Arthur's lips. "Never thought you were, Mrs. Adler, but firearms are dangerous enough without adding unnecessary complications." He blew a smoke ring into the cold night air. "Besides, fundamentals matter. Build a house on shaky ground. Whole thing comes down eventually." Sadie recognized the wisdom in his approach, though impatience still gnawed at her. Every day that passed was another day O'Driscolls rode free, continuing their brutality unchecked, but rushing headlong into another confrontation before she was properly prepared would only end in failure or death. "Tomorrow then," she agreed. True to his word, Arthur collected Sadie after breakfast the following morning, leading her to a small clearing some distance from camp where gunshots wouldn't draw unwanted attention. He carried several weapons wrapped in oilcloth, which he laid out carefully on a fallen log. "First thing to understand about guns," Arthur began, uncovering a revolver, "is they don't solve problems on their own. They're tools, nothing more. The person handling them, their judgment, their skill, their restraint, that's what matters." Over the next several hours, Arthur proved himself a patient but demanding teacher. He started with the basics, proper grip, stance, sight alignment, before allowing Sadie to fire her first shots. The revolver's recoil was stronger than she'd anticipated, the first few rounds going wide of the makeshift target he'd set up. "Don't fight the recoil," Arthur advised, adjusting her grip slightly. "Anticipate it, control it, make it part of your motion." By midday, Sadie's arms ached and her ears rang despite the rags Arthur had suggested she use for protection, but she had managed to hit the target consistently, if not precisely, where she aimed. More importantly, she felt comfortable with the weapon in a way she hadn't before, understanding its mechanisms, its limitations, and its potential. "Not bad for a first lesson," Arthur commented as they packed up to return to camp. "You've got a natural eye. With practice, you could be quite good." "High praise," Sadie replied, detecting genuine approval beneath his understated assessment. "Just truth. Arthur wrapped the firearms carefully. We'll continue tomorrow. Add in some rifle work, maybe move to moving targets. As they walked back to camp, a comfortable silence between them, Sadie reflected on how different this felt from her desperate, ill-planned venture to the O'Driscoll camp. Then she had been driven purely by grief and rage, acting on impulse without consideration for consequences. Now she was building something, skills, knowledge, a foundation for whatever came next. The training continued daily, weather permitting, expanding to include various firearms, maintenance procedures, tactical considerations, and even some hand-to-hand combat techniques. Arthur proved an excellent teacher, demanding but never demeaning, pushing Sadie to improve while acknowledging her progress. Others occasionally joined these sessions, John offering additional perspectives on quick-draw techniques, Charles demonstrating the silent efficiency of bow hunting, even Javier sharing tricks for concealing smaller weapons. Each brought different expertise, different approaches to survival, in a world that offered little mercy to the unprepared. Dutch observed these developments with evident approval, occasionally commenting on Sadie's progress or offering philosophical observations about the nature of strength and self-reliance. His acceptance of her new role seemed complete, though Sadie remained aware of the underlying calculation in his evaluation, how her emerging skills might serve his broader plans. Nearly a month after the confrontation at the O'Driscoll camp, as winter's grip on the mountains finally began to loosen, Dutch announced they would soon be moving to lower ground. The decision brought both relief — everyone had grown weary of Coulter's harsh conditions — and anxiety about what awaited them beyond their isolated sanctuary. The evening before their planned departure, Sadie found herself once again sitting by the main campfire, this time cleaning a revolver that Arthur had helped her select from the gang's communal weapons. The familiar ritual, disassembling, cleaning, reassembling, had become almost meditative, allowing her mind to wander while her hands remained productively occupied. "You've changed," came a voice from behind her. Abigail settled onto a nearby stool, watching Sadie's practiced movements with the gun parts. "Had to," Sadie replied simply, not looking up from her work. "I know that feeling." Abigail's voice carried understanding rather than judgment. "Sometimes the world forces changes on us whether we want them or not." Sadie reassembled the revolver with smooth efficiency, the metal components clicking together satisfyingly. "Way I see it, I died that night, along with Jake. Whatever I am now, it's something new, something different." "And what is that, exactly?" Abigail asked gently. The question gave Sadie pause. She had focused so intently on developing skills, on preparing herself for future confrontations with O'Driscolls, that she'd given little thought to the larger question of identity. Who was she becoming, beyond simply not the woman she had been? "Don't rightly know yet," she admitted after a thoughtful silence. "Just know I ain't ever going to be helpless again. Ain't ever going to watch someone I care about die while I can do nothing to stop it." Abigail nodded slowly. "That's as good a purpose as any, I suppose." She rose, placing a gentle hand on Sadie's shoulder. "Just don't forget to live along the way. Vengeance is a thin diet to survive on." As Abigail walked away, Sadie turned her attention to the revolver in her hands. Clean, functional, ready for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. It struck her as an apt metaphor for what she herself was becoming. The grief remained, a permanent shadow across her heart, but it no longer defined her every waking moment. In its place had grown something hardened but purposeful, a determination to face the world on her own terms, to carve out a place in it through strength and capability, rather than depending on others for protection. The night before departure, Sadie visited Jake's grave one final time. The simple wooden cross Arthur had fashioned marked the spot where they had buried him, not far from the burned remains of their homestead. Snow still covered the ground, but spring's first tentative advances could be seen in patches of exposed earth, and the occasional hardy green shoot pushing through the white blanket. Sadie stood in silence for a long while, allowing memories to wash over her, the good and the bad, the peaceful years together and the violent end. When she finally spoke, her words were quiet but firm, meant for Jake's spirit, or perhaps just for herself. I'm not who I was, Jake. Can't ever be that woman again. She touched the cross briefly, feeling the rough wood beneath her fingertips. But I promise you this, I'll make them pay, every last one of them that had a hand in what happened to us. And then, she paused, considering what might lie beyond that monumental task. And then, I'll find a way to live that would make you proud, somehow. Wind whispered through the pines as if in response, carrying the scent of approaching spring. Sadie remained a moment longer, committing the location to memory, then turned and walked away without looking back. Tomorrow would bring new territories, new challenges, a continuation of the journey that had begun that terrible night, leading her toward a future she could not yet fully envision, but would face with newfound strength and determination. Dawn found the Vanderlyn gang breaking camp efficiently, packing wagons and preparing horses for the journey ahead. Sadie moved among them with purpose, no longer the shell-shocked widow they had rescued, but a contributing member of their unusual family. Her revolver hung at her hip, a visible symbol of her transformation, while others remained concealed about her person. The kitchen knife that had accompanied her on that first desperate mission, a small derringer Charles had helped her modify for easier concealment. As they formed up to depart, Arthur guided his horse alongside hers. "Ready for what's ahead, Mrs. Adler?" Sadie looked out toward the trail that would lead them down from the mountains, toward new landscapes and, inevitably, new encounters with old enemies. The path ahead contained much uncertainty, but of one thing she was absolutely sure. The woman who had hidden in the cellar, helpless and terrified, no longer existed. In her place rode someone stronger, someone capable of facing whatever challenges awaited. "Ready as I'll ever be," she replied, adjusting her hat against the morning sun. "And it's just Sadie now, remember?" Arthur nodded, a hint of respect in his small smile. "Sadie it is." They rode out together, leaving behind the shelter that had housed both the deepest point of her grief and the beginnings of her rebirth. The shadows of the raid would always be part of her, influencing her choices, driving her forward on the path of vengeance. But they no longer defined the entirety of her existence. Like the mountains receding behind them, they had become landmarks in her journey, rather than its destination. Sadie Adler rode forward into an uncertain future, carrying memories of a gentle past and the hard-won tools of survival. The woman she was becoming remained unfinished, shaped by grief but not consumed by it, driven by vengeance but potentially capable of more. Whatever awaited her beyond these mountains, she would face it on her own terms, no longer a victim, but a force to be reckoned with in her own right. As Sadie Adler rode down from the mountains with the Vanderlyn gang, she carried with her not just weapons and supplies, but a newfound purpose forged in grief and tempered by determination. The months ahead would test that resolve many times over, through gunfights and robberies, moments of camaraderie and devastating losses. Each experience added another layer to the woman she was becoming, hardening some parts while unexpectedly softening others. The gang's eventual dissolution left her standing at yet another crossroads, skills honed but direction uncertain. The vengeance that had first awakened her from grief's stupor remained unfinished. Colm O'Driscoll still rode free, along with countless men who had participated in raids like the one that destroyed her life. But vengeance alone made for a hollow existence, as Arthur had once warned her. It was during these uncertain days that Sadie discovered an unexpected path forward, one that would allow her to use the abilities she'd developed while serving a purpose beyond mere survival or revenge. The first bounty poster she took down was almost on a whim, a test of her tracking abilities and newfound confidence. But something about the work resonated with her sense of justice, offering a focus for her considerable skills and fierce determination. And so began the next chapter in Sadie Adler's transformation from outlaw's associate to hunter of men who had placed themselves beyond society's laws. A dangerous profession that suited her perfectly, allowing her to live by her own code while pursuing those who preyed on others. The path of the bounty hunter offered no guarantees, no safety, but perhaps that was precisely why it appealed to a woman who had already lost everything once and survived. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Armadillo as Sadie Adler dragged her latest acquisition toward the sheriff's office. The man stumbled along beside her horse, hands bound behind his back, a week's worth of trail grime coating his once fine clothes. Blood had dried in a crooked line down his face where Sadie's rifle butt had connected during his capture 3 days earlier. "Keep moving," she ordered, voice rough from trail dust and too little sleep. "Few more steps and you'll be the sheriff's problem instead of mine." "Damn you to hell, woman," the outlaw spat, though there was more resignation than fire in his words. Most of his fight had drained away during the punishing journey back to civilization. Sadie paid his curses no mind. She'd heard worse, much worse, in the 2 years since she'd taken up bounty hunting. The profession suited her. Simple, direct, with clear lines between right and wrong. Find those who'd broken the law, bring them to justice, collect payment. No complications, no messy entanglements. Just her guns, and quarry that usually deserved whatever rough handling came their way. The sheriff, a grizzled man named Hollister with a permanently suspicious squint, emerged from his office at the commotion. He surveyed the pair with practiced indifference. "Mrs. Adler," he acknowledged with a slight nod. "I see you found Wilson." "Wasn't hard," Sadie replied, dismounting smoothly. "Man drinks too much and talks too much. Combination makes for easy tracking." Wilson, the bound outlaw, muttered another curse as Sadie shoved him forward. The sheriff caught him by the arm, examining the man's face with clinical detachment. "Alive and mostly intact," Hollister observed. "As requested." "As promised," Sadie corrected, following them into the office. Payment was for alive, not comfortable. Inside, away from the already scorching morning sun, the sheriff secured Wilson in one of the 2 cells occupying the back wall. The outlaw collapsed onto the narrow cot, exhaustion finally overwhelming his remaining defiance. 200, as agreed, Hollister said, counting bills from a lockbox onto his desk. "Plus 20 extra for bringing him in before the circuit judge arrives." Sadie pocketed the money without comment. The bonus was unexpected but welcome. Ammunition supplies and decent whiskey didn't come cheap, especially in these border territories, where everything carried premium pricing. "Got another job if you're interested," the sheriff continued, settling behind his desk. "Bit more challenging than this one." "I'm listening." Sadie replied, leaning against the wall. Her body ached from days in the saddle, but the prospect of another bounty pushed fatigue aside. Staying busy kept certain memories at bay, memories of snow-covered mountains, burning homesteads, and a gang that had briefly felt like family before disintegrating in blood and betrayal. Hollister pulled a wanted poster from a stack of papers. Man called Jackson Miller, goes by Black Jack in some circles. He slid the paper across the desk. $500. Alive, preferably, but dead if necessary. The amount caught Sadie's attention immediately. 500 was serious money, the kind of payment usually reserved for the most dangerous outlaws or those who'd crossed powerful people. What did he do? She asked, studying the sketch. The face depicted was unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, with no distinguishing features beyond a small scar beneath the right eye. The kind of face that could disappear in a crowd, which often made for the most successful criminals. Robbed 3 banks across 2 territories, Hollister replied. Killed a teller in the last one. Railway office robbery before that. Man's methodical, plans well. Doesn't leave much evidence besides bodies and empty safes. Last known whereabouts? Spotted near Tumbleweed 2 weeks back. Word is he's planning something in that area, though details are scarce. Hollister leaned forward slightly. Man's dangerous, Mrs. Adler. Travels with at least 2 companions, all well armed and not shy about using their weapons. Wouldn't be worth 500 if he was easy, Sadie observed, tucking the poster into her jacket. I'll find him. One more thing, the sheriff added as she turned to leave. He's known for being persuasive. Gets people to trust him, help him, even when they should know better. Don't let your guard down, even if he seems cooperative. Sadie's lip curled slightly. Not my first outlaw, Sheriff. Charm doesn't work when you're staring down the business end of a rifle. Outside, the morning heat had intensified as Armadillo came fully awake. Sadie led her horse to the livery stable, arranging for care while she prepared for the new hunt. A bath, hot meal, and night in a real bed would refresh her enough for departure the following morning. Experience had taught her the value of starting such journeys properly rested and supplied. The Armadillo Hotel offered basic but clean accommodations, better than many establishments in these frontier settlements. Sadie secured a room, then headed for the saloon, where information flowed as freely as whiskey for those who knew how to listen. The establishment was relatively quiet at this hour, populated mainly by those whose drinking had continued through the night into morning. Sadie claimed a corner table with good sightlines to both entrance and bar, ordering food and coffee from a wary-looking server. Heard you brought in Wilson, commented a voice from nearby. A man in dusty trail clothes raised his glass in casual salute from the adjacent table. Impressive work. Man had quite the reputation before you got hold of him. Just doing my job, Sadie replied neutrally, assessing the stranger with practiced wariness. Experience had taught her that casual conversations in saloons often had underlying purposes beyond mere sociability. Sam Morgan, the man introduced himself. Deputy Marshal out of Blackwater, though currently between assignments, you might say. That explained his interest in Wilson's capture. Lawmen, current or former, tended to notice bounty hunters operating in their territories. Some resented the competition, others appreciated the supplemental justice system bounty hunters represented. Sadie Adler, she acknowledged, though her name's recognition in the man's eyes suggested he already knew it. The widow Adler, Morgan nodded. Your reputation precedes you. They say you tracked an O'Driscoll for 2 weeks through mountain blizzards just to put a bullet in him. The reference to her past sent a familiar chill through Sadie despite the room's heat. "Some stories grow in the telling," she replied curtly, making it clear the topic wasn't open for discussion. Morgan raised his hands in mock surrender. No offense intended, just professional admiration. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Heard you're taking the blackjack contract. Might have some information that would interest you." Sadie's suspicion deepened. News traveled fast in small towns, but the speed with which her new assignment had spread suggested either excellent saloon intelligence networks or something more deliberate. "What kind of information?" she asked carefully. "The kind that costs," Morgan replied with an unapologetic smile. "Let's say $50? Cheap for what I'm offering. Seems steep for bar talk that might be worthless. Trust me, Mrs. Adler, what I know about Jackson Miller is worth every penny." Something in his expression gave her pause, a intensity beneath the casual demeanor, suggesting personal investment beyond mere profit. Sadie considered her options. $50 represented a significant portion of her most recent payment. Yet starting a hunt with solid intelligence often saved time and resources in the long run. More importantly, Morgan's evident personal interest raised questions worth exploring. 25 now, she countered. 25 more if your information actually leads to Miller. Morgan considered this, then nodded agreement. Fair enough. The transaction completed, Morgan moved to her table, signaling for fresh drinks before leaning close enough to speak without being overheard. "Miller's not just planning another job in Tumbleweed," he began, voice barely above a whisper. "He's meeting associates there, representatives from larger operations looking to expand into these territories. Man setting himself up as a broker between various outlaw gangs, coordinating efforts, eliminating competition." "Ambitious," Sadie commented, filing the information away, "but not particularly useful for tracking him down." "I'm getting there," Morgan assured her. "Meetings happening at a place called Wheeler's Ranch, abandoned property about 15 miles south of Tumbleweed. Secluded, defensible, perfect for outlaws wanting privacy." "How do you know this?" Morgan's expression darkened. "Because I was investigating Miller before my separation from the marshals. Got close, too close. He has friends in unexpected places, including, apparently, within law enforcement." The implication clarified Morgan's current between-assignments status. A lawman who discovered corruption within his own organization often found himself without a badge, or worse. "So this is personal for you," Sadie observed. "Revenge for ending your career?" "Justice," Morgan corrected firmly. "Miller's not just another outlaw. He's smart, connected, and building something dangerous. Something that could make the old gang problems in these territories look minor by comparison." Sadie absorbed this, measuring the deputy's evident conviction against potential deception. Her instincts, honed through years of survival in hostile environments, suggested he was being truthful, at least about his belief in Miller's threat. "When's this meeting supposed to happen?" 3 days from now. Full moon." Morgan straightened, having delivered his primary information. "One more thing you should know. Miller never travels alone, but his main companion isn't who you'd expect. Young woman, goes by Charlotte. Don't let her fool you. She's every bit as dangerous as he is." The additional detail heightened Sadie's professional interest. Women in outlaw gangs weren't unheard of, but those who participated directly in violent crimes remained relatively rare. Such a partner suggested interesting dynamics within Miller's operation. "Anything else I should know?" she asked, draining her coffee. Morgan hesitated, seeming to weigh additional information against some internal calculation. Just be careful with this one, Mrs. Adler. Miller has a way of turning situations to his advantage, even when it seems he's cornered. Their conversation concluded, Morgan departed with a final warning glance, leaving Sadie to contemplate her approaching hunt while finishing her meal. The deputy's information, if accurate, provided significant advantage, a specific location and time frame rather than the usual weeks of tracking through wilderness. Yet something about the situation nagged at her, the personal nature of Morgan's involvement, the unusually high bounty, the warnings about Miller's manipulative capabilities. Most outlaws she pursued were relatively straightforward predators, dangerous primarily through violence rather than cunning. This target suggested more complex challenges. Pushing these concerns aside, Sadie focused on practical preparations. The journey to Tumbleweed would take approximately 2 days of hard riding, leaving minimal time for reconnaissance before the supposed meeting. Equipment would need careful consideration. Enough firepower to handle multiple opponents, yet sufficiently portable for quick movement if circumstances required rapid adaptation. The following morning found her departing Armadillo before dawn, heading southwest toward Tumbleweed. The route took her through increasingly desolate country, sparse vegetation giving way to true desert, water sources becoming precious commodities to be carefully mapped and rationed. Sadie welcomed the journey's physical demands. The focus required for desert travel left little room for reflection or doubt, pushing aside memories that sometimes emerged during quieter moments. Memories of Jake, of the life they'd built together before the O'Driscolls destroyed it all, of Arthur's final days, Dutch's deteriorating stability, the gradual dissolution of what had briefly felt like family. By late afternoon of the second day, Tumbleweed's ramshackle buildings appeared on the horizon, a dusty assemblage of structures seemingly held together by desert heat and stubborn determination. The town existed primarily as a waypoint between more substantial settlements, its population constantly shifting as fortune seekers passed through on their way to rumored opportunities elsewhere. Sadie approached cautiously, aware that in such remote locations strangers attracted immediate attention. Her appearance alone, blonde woman traveling armed and alone, would draw inevitable notice. Better to embrace this visibility than futilely attempt to avoid it. The town's single saloon offered the expected combination of watered whiskey, questionable food, and valuable intelligence for those who knew how to extract it. Sadie established herself at a corner table, observing interactions while maintaining the appearance of a weary traveler, simply seeking rest and refreshment. "Don't see many women passing through alone," observed the bartender as he delivered her order. "Especially not ones carrying that much firepower." "Just passing through," Sadie replied, offering no elaboration. "Bounty hunter, I'm guessing," the man continued, apparently undeterred by her brevity. "Got that look about you, calculating, always watching the room." Sadie sipped her drink without confirmation or denial, though the accuracy of his assessment suggested experience with her profession. "If you're after who I think you are," he added, voice lowering slightly, "might want to reconsider. Some bounties ain't worth the trouble they bring." The unsolicited warning caught her attention. "And who might I be after?" The bartender glanced around before responding. "Word travels. Man asking questions about Black Jack Miller passed through yesterday. Martial type, trying to hide it but not succeeding particularly well. Now you show up, obviously hunting someone." He shrugged. Simple math. Morgan's presence in Tumbleweed complicated matters. If he'd been asking obvious questions, Miller might already be warned of potential pursuit. Yet the bartender's warning suggested additional factors worth exploring. What makes Miller different from any other outlaw with a price on his head? She asked, sliding a coin across the bar to encourage elaboration. Man's got protection, the bartender replied, pocketing the money smoothly. Local rancher named Wheeler, powerful man with connections in territorial government. Miller does occasional work for him. Details best not discussed in public. Wheeler? Sadie repeated, the name triggering immediate connection to Morgan's information about the meeting location. Any relation to Wheeler's ranch south of here? The bartender's eyebrows rose slightly. His old family property. Abandoned officially, but still gets used for private business. You know more than I expected, stranger. Know enough to be careful, Sadie assured him. Any idea if Miller's currently in the area? Haven't seen him personally. The bartender hesitated, then apparently decided she'd paid for complete information. But Charlotte came through yesterday. Where she goes, he's never far behind. The confirmation of both Morgan's timeline and the female companion's existence lent credibility to his overall intelligence. Sadie finished her drink, considering her next steps carefully. Confronting Miller during the meeting would mean facing multiple armed outlaws simultaneously. Poor odds even for someone with her experience. Better to locate him beforehand, assess patterns and weaknesses, then strike when circumstances favored success. She secured lodging in Tumbleweed's modest hotel, planning early departure the following morning to reconnoiter Wheeler's ranch before the supposed meeting. The property's abandoned status suggested opportunity for advanced positioning, establishing advantageous firing lines before targets arrived. Sleep came fitfully, dreams filled with disjointed images from her past, Jake's gentle smile transforming into the terrified expression she imagined during his final moments. Arthur's tuberculosis-ravaged face as he urged her to build something beyond vengeance. Dutch's gradual transformation from charismatic leader to paranoid shadow of himself. Sadie rose before dawn, departing Tumbleweed while most of its inhabitants still slept. The ride to Wheeler's ranch took longer than anticipated, the road appearing on maps proving little more than occasional wagon tracks through increasingly broken terrain. By mid-morning, she reached a vantage point overlooking the property. The ranch spread across a small valley, its buildings arranged around a central courtyard. Despite its supposedly abandoned status, Sadie noted signs of recent occupation. Fresh horse droppings near the corral, smoke stains around the main house's chimney, disturbed dust patterns suggesting regular movement. More concerning were indications of security consciousness. Sight lines cleared around approaches, elevated positions with good coverage of surrounding terrain, multiple potential escape routes. Whoever used this location understood defensive positioning and tactical advantage. Sadie established observation in a sheltered position with good views of both the ranch and primary approach routes. The day passed slowly, heat building to nearly unbearable levels before gradually subsiding as afternoon progressed toward evening. No movement disturbed the apparent emptiness of the ranch, though Sadie's instincts suggested observation from within the buildings, the sensation of being watched while watching. As sunset painted the desert in spectacular oranges and purples, two riders approached from the direction opposite Tumbleweed. Even at distance, their confident posture and weapon arrangements identified them as experienced combatants rather than casual travelers. They entered the ranch without hesitation or signals, suggesting expected arrival rather than chance visitation. Darkness fell completely, bringing blessed relief from heat while complicating observation. Lights appeared in the main house's windows, occasionally silhouetting figures moving within. Sadie counted at least 4 distinct shapes, confirming multiple occupants beyond the recently arrived riders. The full moon rose, transforming the landscape with silvery illumination that created both opportunity and risk for her mission. Improved visibility would help track targets, but also potentially expose her position during approach. As Sadie calculated angles and options, movement near the ranch's small barn caught her attention. A single figure emerged, heading toward what appeared to be an old well some distance from the main buildings. The isolation and timing presented potential opportunity for quieter interception, allowing capture without immediately alerting others. Decision made, Sadie moved with practiced stealth down the slope, using scattered vegetation and natural contours for concealment. The approaching figure, feminine in outline despite practical clothing, walked with casual confidence that suggested no expectation of threat. Charlotte, presumably based on previous intelligence, Sadie circled to approach from behind, timing her movement to coincide with the woman's arrival at the well. The metallic sounds of bucket and pump provided auditory cover for final positioning. When Charlotte turned, water container in hand, she found herself staring directly into Sadie's leveled revolver. "Don't scream," Sadie advised quietly. "Don't run. Might let you live through this if you cooperate." Rather than fear, the woman's expression showed momentary surprise, followed by something approaching recognition. "Mrs. Adler," she said, voice carrying unexpected familiarity. "I wondered if you'd come." The use of her name, spoken with such certainty, sent warning signals through Sadie's combat-ready focus. "Do I know you?" Even in moonlight, Charlotte's smile carried visible sadness. "You don't remember." Understandable, given the circumstances. She set the water bucket down carefully. "Annisburg 3 years ago. Mining accident collapsed part of the town. You were there with some of Dutch's people." The reference to Dutch sent Sadie's hand instinctively to her second revolver, threat assessment spiking sharply. Few people connected her to the Vanderlyn gang by name, fewer still lived to speak of such connections. "That doesn't tell me who you are," Sadie replied, maintaining her aim despite growing unease. "I worked at the hotel," Charlotte continued, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon trained on her. "When the buildings collapsed, you pulled me and my brother from the rubble, carried him 3 blocks to the doctor despite your own injuries." Memory surfaced reluctantly. Choking dust, screaming victims, Arthur's insistence on helping despite his deteriorating condition. Among the dozens they'd helped that day, Sadie held only fragmentary impressions of individual faces. "That still doesn't explain why you're running with an outlaw worth $500 to the federal marshals," Sadie observed, refusing distraction from her primary purpose. Charlotte's expression hardened. "Jack Miller is my brother. The same brother you saved that day. The same brother who almost died again 2 years later when Marshal Sam Morgan shot him in the back during a disputed arrest." The revelation shifted contextual understanding without changing fundamental facts. Your brother's still wanted for bank robbery and murder, regardless of past history. "Jack never killed that teller," Charlotte insisted, voice intensifying while remaining carefully modulated to avoid alerting those in the house. "Morgan shot the man himself when the robbery went bad, then blamed it on Jack to justify the bounty." "Convenient story," Sadie replied skeptically. "Most outlaws claim innocence when cornered. Then why is Morgan obsessively pursuing this case personally? Why was he suspended from the marshals? Why does the wanted poster specify alive rather than dead when most murders warrant death sentences?" Charlotte's rapid questions carried the ring of prepared argument rather than desperate fabrication. Before Sadie could respond, movement from the direction of the house caught her peripheral vision. Someone had noticed Charlotte's extended absence and was coming to investigate. The approaching figure, male weapon drawn, moved with the cautious advance of experienced combatant rather than casual concern. "Jack," Charlotte called out, apparently recognizing the approaching figure despite distance and darkness. "It's all right, we have an unexpected guest." The man continued his approach, revolver held ready but not directly aimed. As moonlight revealed his features, Sadie recognized the face from the wanted poster, though the small scar beneath his right eye appeared more pronounced in reality than in the artist's rendering. "Mrs. Adler," he greeted her, surprising her once again with name recognition. "I've been expecting you since Morgan started asking questions in Tumbleweed." His tone carried neither fear nor aggression, just calm acknowledgement of circumstances. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere less exposed?" The situation had evolved beyond simple capture, creating uncomfortable complexity where Sadie had expected straightforward confrontation. Professional instinct argued for maintaining advantage, keeping both suspects at gunpoint while extracting information. Yet something in their composed demeanor gave her pause, suggesting there might be truth in Charlotte's assertions warranting further investigation. "Keep your hands visible," she instructed, gesturing with her revolver toward the barn rather than main house. "Try anything, you both drop where you stand." They complied without protest, leading the way to the barn, where lantern light soon revealed a space converted for temporary habitation. Basic bedrolls occupied one corner, while maps and papers covered a makeshift table constructed from crates. "You mentioned expecting me," Sadie said once they were inside, maintaining optimal position near the door. "Explain." Miller, or Jack as his sister called him, nodded toward the papers. "Morgan's been hunting us for over a year. When we heard he was in Tumbleweed asking questions, it was reasonable to assume he'd enlisted professional help, given his suspension from official duties. And you knew about me specifically because we keep track of who might come for us," Charlotte answered. "Bounty hunters with reputations for persistence and success. Your name appears prominently on that list." The professional assessment, while logical, didn't explain their apparent familiarity with her personal history. Sadie gestured toward the table with her free hand. "What's all this?" "Evidence," Jack replied simply. "Documentation of what Morgan's really been doing in these territories. Why he wants me silenced before I can present it to the federal authorities. Which is running protection rackets, extorting businesses, eliminating witnesses when necessary." Jack spread several papers across the table. "Morgan's been operating his own criminal enterprise under the badge for years. When I discovered proof while working as a legitimate bank auditor, he tried to kill me. When that failed, he framed me for crimes that would ensure no one would believe my accusations. The documents appeared authentic. Financial records showing suspicious patterns, witness statements with recognizable signatures, even what appeared to be legitimate banking documents connecting Morgan to questionable transactions. More damning was a list of names. People who had allegedly witnessed Morgan's corruption and subsequently disappeared or died under suspicious circumstances. "If you're innocent, why run?" Sadie challenged, though with less conviction than earlier. "Why not present this to proper authorities?" "We tried," Charlotte replied bitterly. "The first marshal we approached was found dead the next day. The second turned out to be Morgan's cousin. After that," she gestured around the barn, "this became our only option until we could find someone high enough in the government to listen, without Morgan being warned first. Which is why we're here now, Jack added. The meeting tomorrow isn't with outlaws, it's with a federal judge traveling incognito to review our evidence before deciding whether to grant protective custody while formal investigations proceed. The narrative presented coherent explanation for both their presence at Wheeler's ranch and Morgan's intense personal interest in ensuring Miller's capture. Yet professional skepticism prevented immediate acceptance without verification. Convenient story, Sadie observed. One that happens to make you the innocent victim rather than wanted criminal. We expected skepticism, Jack acknowledged. That's why we prepared this. He indicated a sealed envelope among the papers. Names, dates, locations where Morgan's crimes can be independently verified. Take it to any federal marshal not stationed in this region. Ask them to investigate without alerting Morgan's contacts. The offer suggested confidence beyond typical outlaw deception. Sadie considered her options carefully. The bounty remained valid regardless of Miller's claims. $500 for delivering him to authorities. Yet if his accusations proved true, such delivery might result in execution before truth emerged. Even if I believed you, she said finally, my contract is with Sheriff Hollister in Armadillo. $500 to bring you in. Hollister's one of the few honest lawmen left in these parts, Jack replied. If you took me to him directly with this evidence, he'd at least give me fair hearing before turning me over to federal authorities. Or I could just collect the bounty and let the courts sort out your claims, Sadie countered, maintaining professional detachment despite growing uncertainty. You could, Charlotte agreed quietly. But that's not who you are, Mrs. Adler. Not the woman who risked her life pulling strangers from collapsed buildings when she could have saved herself. Not the person Arthur Morgan believed in when he told you to find something worth building rather than just more things to destroy. The reference to Arthur's final advice, words spoken privately during their last real conversation, hit Sadie like physical impact. Such specific knowledge couldn't have been guessed or fabricated, suggesting genuine connection to her past rather than manipulative deception. How could you possibly know about that? She demanded, tension tightening her grip on the revolver. Because Arthur told me the same thing, Jack replied softly, before he helped me escape when Dutch wanted me killed for questioning his decisions. He said there were enough violent ends in this world without adding more unnecessarily. The claim landed like a physical blow. Sadie's aim wavered momentarily before steadying once more, her mind racing to process this unexpected connection. You expect me to believe Arthur Morgan helped you? She challenged, though uncertainty had crept into her voice. When exactly was this supposed to have happened? Just before Beaver Hollow, Jack replied, using the name of the gang's final camp. Information few outside the Vanderlyn inner circle would know. When things were falling apart. When Dutch started seeing betrayal everywhere. Charlotte moved closer to her brother, her expression a mixture of concern and resolve. Jack was working at the bank in St. Denis. Arthur came in for gang business, recognized intelligence in Jack that reminded him of Hosea. Started talking to him about legitimate opportunities, ways out of the life. Dutch saw it as recruiting behind his back, Jack continued. Came to make an example of me. Arthur intervened, helped me escape, told me to build something better than what the gang had become. The story carried uncomfortable plausibility. Those final weeks had seen Dutch's paranoia reach destructive heights, with Arthur increasingly working to help people escape the gang's imploding orbit. Sadie remembered similar conversations, Arthur encouraging her to find purpose beyond revenge, to build rather than destroy. Even if that's true, Sadie said, fighting to maintain professional focus despite emotional turbulence. It doesn't erase the charges against you. No, Jack acknowledged, but it should at least make you question Morgan's claims. Make you wonder why a suspended marshal is offering bounty hunters special information. Why he's personally pursuing this case with such intensity. The doubt had already taken root, fertilized by inconsistencies in Morgan's story and the surprisingly comprehensive evidence before her. Still, years of hard-earned cynicism prevented immediate acceptance of such convenient explanations. I need to verify some of this, she decided finally, though she lowered her weapon slightly. Independently, without either of you influencing the process. The meeting with the federal judge is tomorrow night, Charlotte reminded her. If you take Jack in before then, Morgan wins, regardless of what verification you might find later. The timing created unavoidable complication. Delaying capture risked losing track of her bounty if their story proved false, yet immediate action might prevent justice if their claims held truth. Here's what happens, Sadie declared after careful consideration. You both stay here, continue with your planned meeting. I'll be watching. If this judge actually exists, if this evidence is presented as you claim, I'll hold off making any decisions until I can verify key elements. And if the verification confirms our story, Jack asked, then I'll help you reach Hollister safely with your evidence intact. Sadie's expression hardened. But if this is elaborate deception, if you're playing me with convenient stories about Arthur, I'll bring you in regardless of the consequences. Understood. Both siblings nodded, recognizing the conditional nature of her suspension of judgment. As Sadie moved toward the barn door, Charlotte spoke once more. Mrs. Adler, Morgan knows we're here, likely knows you're here too. Be careful. The warning, delivered without obvious self-interest, added another layer to Sadie's complex assessment of their credibility. She acknowledged it with a slight nod before disappearing into the darkness, retreating to higher ground where she could observe without being immediately detected. The remainder of the night passed without incident. Sadie maintained vigilant watch over the ranch, noting regular guard rotations among what appeared to be Miller's associates. 3 men with the weathered look of experienced frontiersmen rather than typical outlaws. Dawn brought renewed heat and improved visibility. Activity at the ranch increased, suggesting preparation for the evening's supposed meeting. Careful observation revealed defensive positions being reinforced, supplies organized, approaches cleared, all consistent with preparation for important visitors rather than imminent departure. By mid-morning, Sadie had formulated a plan balancing professional obligation against the unsettling possibility that her bounty represented justice perverted rather than served. She would need independent verification of key claims, particularly regarding Morgan's suspension and the teller's death during the bank robbery. The ride back to Tumbleweed tested both horse and rider as midday heat transformed the desert into shimmering hellscape. Sadie pushed through physical discomfort with practiced determination, reaching town as afternoon began its gradual transition toward evening. Her first stop was the telegraph office, where carefully worded messages to contacts in several territories requested urgent information about both Morgan and Miller. The operator's expression suggested unusual content for standard communications, but her additional payment secured both discretion and priority transmission. While awaiting responses, Sadie sought the bartender whose earlier information had proven valuable. He was restocking supplies when she entered the empty saloon, recognition flickering across his features immediately. "Still hunting that bounty?" he asked, pausing in his work. "Gathering information before making decisions," Sadie corrected. You mentioned Morgan was through here asking questions. Any idea where he was staying? Where he might have gone afterward? The bartender considered this with professional caution. Man paid for 3 nights at the hotel across the street. Left yesterday morning, though I couldn't say where he was headed. He hesitated before adding, wasn't alone when he left. Had 3 rough-looking types with him I hadn't seen before. Hired guns by the look of them. The information aligned with Charlotte's warning about Morgan knowing their location. If he had indeed recruited additional men, the supposed meeting with the federal judge might become violent confrontation rather than peaceful resolution. One more thing, Sadie pressed. The Ansburg bank robbery where the teller was killed. Any chance you heard details beyond the standard stories? Something sharpened in the bartender's gaze. Interesting you should ask about that specifically. He glanced around the empty establishment before continuing at lower volume. My cousin worked security for that bank, always maintained the official story didn't match what he witnessed, said the marshal, Morgan, fired the fatal shot during confusion, then made sure blame landed elsewhere. While not definitive evidence, the account represented independent corroboration of Jack's primary claim. Sadie left payment well beyond the value of information received, securing both gratitude and likelihood of future cooperation if needed. At the telegraph office, responses had begun arriving, terse confirmations containing concerning details. Morgan had indeed been suspended from marshal service approximately 18 months prior following internal investigation into irregularities in evidence handling and witness testimony. More damning was confirmation that 3 witnesses, in cases Morgan had investigated, had died under questionable circumstances before their testimony could be formalized in court proceedings. The accumulating evidence suggested Jack and Charlotte's claims held substantial truth rather than convenient fabrication. More disturbing was the emerging picture of Morgan himself. Not merely corrupt official, but dangerous predator, using legal authority to eliminate threats while enriching himself. As evening approached, Sadie faced decision requiring both moral judgment and tactical assessment. The supposed meeting with the federal judge represented opportunity for justice beyond her original bounty contract, yet also potential trap if Morgan arrived with superior forces. Ultimately, professional pride demanded completion of what she'd started, regardless of evolving complexity. If Morgan was indeed corrupt, and Miller unjustly accused, allowing another innocent to die would betray Arthur's memory as surely as abandoning legitimate bounty would betray her professional principles. Sadie returned to Wheeler's ranch as sunset painted the desert in spectacular golden hues. Rather than resuming her previous observation position, she established new vantage point, offering clearer view of approach routes while maintaining sight lines to the main buildings. Her vigilance was rewarded shortly after full darkness descended. 3 riders approached from the direction opposite Tumbleweed, their cautious advance suggesting awareness of potential danger rather than casual arrival. They reached the ranch perimeter, exchanged signals with those inside, then proceeded to the main house. From her position, Sadie could discern formal rather than casual interactions. Handshakes, document exchanges, the structured behaviors of official business rather than outlaw conspiracy. Though distance prevented hearing conversations, body language suggested serious discussions rather than deception or imminent violence. The meeting continued for nearly 2 hours, participants occasionally referencing materials spread across tables visible through windows. Whatever their purpose, the gathering bore greater resemblance to legal proceedings than criminal planning. As the visitors prepared to depart, movement on the ridge opposite Sadie's position caught her attention. Moonlight revealed several figures advancing in tactical formation toward the ranch. At least 6 men moving with the coordinated precision of those accustomed to violent action. Morgan's forces, most likely, arriving to interrupt the meeting before evidence could be removed to safety. The timing and approach suggested ambush rather than arrest, with overwhelming force deployed to ensure elimination of threats rather than capture for legal processing. Sadie faced split-second decision with potentially lethal consequences regardless of choice. Professional obligation argued for non-interference, allowing events to unfold while maintaining position for subsequent capture of surviving targets. Yet moral certainty increasingly suggested Morgan represented corruption of justice rather than its enforcement. What would Arthur do? The question surfaced unbidden, yet its answer emerged with crystalline clarity. He had repeatedly chosen justice over expediency, protection of innocence over personal gain, even when such choices brought significant personal cost. Decision made, Sadie fired a single shot into the air, sharp report echoing across the valley with unmistakable warning. Both approaching forces and ranch occupants reacted immediately, movement freezing as they assessed this unexpected intervention. Using their momentary confusion, Sadie advanced rapidly down the slope, positioning herself between Morgan's approaching forces and the ranch buildings. When Morgan himself emerged from cover to identify the source of disruption, she stood revealed in moonlight, weapons drawn but not yet aimed. "That's far enough, Morgan," she called, voice carrying in the desert stillness. "Let's discuss why a suspended marshal is leading armed men toward a meeting with a federal judge." Morgan's expression shifted from surprise to calculated assessment. "Mrs. Adler, I'd hoped you'd have completed your contract by now." His gaze flickered to the men flanking him before returning to her. "This situation is more complicated than you understand. Enlighten me then," she challenged, maintaining position that forced him to approach alone if he wished to speak without shouting. "Explain why your suspension isn't relevant to this bounty. Why witnesses in your cases keep dying before testifying. Why the banker's story contradicts official reports about who killed that teller." Anger flashed across Morgan's features before professional mask reasserted control. "I see Miller's been spinning tales. Disappointing that someone with your experience would be taken in by a desperate criminal's obvious lies." "Might believe that," Sadie countered, "if I hadn't verified key details independently. The judge currently examining Miller's evidence might find such verification equally compelling." The reference to independent verification and the judge's presence visibly unsettled Morgan, calculation replacing confidence in his demeanor. "Step aside, Mrs. Adler. This doesn't concern you anymore. I'll handle Miller and his so-called evidence directly." 6 armed men against civilians presenting legal documents. Sadie's hand moved deliberately closer to her holstered revolver. "Doesn't look like law enforcement to me. Looks more like silencing witnesses." Morgan's patience visibly thinned. "Last chance to collect your bounty without complication. Miller comes with me, you get paid, everyone goes home satisfied." "Except the next innocent person you frame or kill," Sadie replied, moral certainty crystallizing into unshakable resolve. "Not happening tonight." The standoff stretched taut as bowstring, neither side willing to initiate direct confrontation with uncertain odds. From the ranch behind her, movement suggested the judge and his escorts were preparing to depart with Miller's evidence, creating timetable pressure for Morgan's intervention. "You're choosing the wrong side," Morgan warned, signaling subtly to his men, "making yourself accessory to a wanted criminal's escape." "Choosing justice over convenience," Sadie corrected, something an actual lawman would understand. Morgan's control finally broke, hand dropping toward his weapon with telegraph clarity. Sadie's reaction came with practiced speed, her revolver clearing leather before his completed similar journey. Her first shot took him in the shoulder, disrupting aim that might otherwise have found fatal target. The exchange triggered immediate response from Morgan's assembled forces, bullets cutting air where Sadie had stood moments before. Her dive for cover transformed initial disadvantage into temporary stalemate, while shouts from the ranch indicated its occupants had recognized the threat and taken defensive positions. What followed tested every skill Sadie had developed throughout years of violent survival. Morgan's men pressed coordinated attack, attempting to flank her position while maintaining suppressing fire. Only experience and exceptional situational awareness prevented immediate overrun. The judge's escorts joined defensive effort, providing supporting fire that partially alleviated pressure on Sadie's increasingly vulnerable position. Miller himself appeared at her side during brief lull, offering loaded rifle and grim determination rather than words. "Figured you might need this more than thanks," he said simply, before moving to better firing position. The battle's momentum shifted gradually as Morgan's forces encountered more organized resistance than anticipated. When 2 of his men fell to concentrated fire from the ranch, the remainder began tactical withdrawal, dragging their wounded leader with them. As sudden silence replaced firefight's chaos, Sadie remained watchful for potential deception or renewed attack. Only when sufficient time had passed without further hostility did she approach the ranch buildings, where the judge, distinguished older man with military bearing, was preparing for immediate departure. "Mrs. Adler," he acknowledged formally, "Mr. Miller has explained your somewhat unusual role in tonight's events. The evidence he's provided appears substantive enough to warrant full investigation, including immediate suspension of Marshal Morgan's remaining authorities and privileges." "Who'll run?" Sadie predicted. "Man like that, with his connections, won't wait for official proceedings." "Perhaps," the judge conceded, "but his network has been identified in Mr. Miller's documentation. His financial resources are being frozen as we speak. He's a wounded animal now, dangerous but ultimately doomed." The assessment carried cold comfort, given Morgan's demonstrated capacity for violence and deception. Sadie turned to Miller, professional obligations still demanding resolution, despite evolved understanding. "What happens with your bounty?" she asked directly. "Being reviewed in light of new evidence," the judge intervened. "Mr. Miller will remain under my personal supervision until formal proceedings can establish the truth of these matters. Should his innocence be confirmed as expected, all charges will be expunged." The resolution satisfied justice while technically voiding Sadie's contract. A bounty suspended or withdrawn could not be claimed. $500 lost to moral certainty rather than professional failure. "You could come with us," Miller offered unexpectedly. "Your testimony regarding Morgan's actions tonight would strengthen the case considerably." The invitation represented potential legitimacy, bounty hunter becoming witness for justice rather than merely its mercenary enforcer. Yet something in Sadie resisted immediate acceptance, suspecting bureaucratic entanglement would quickly prove more frustrating than satisfying. "Think I'll handle things my way," she replied after consideration. "Morgan's wounded but dangerous. Man like that won't surrender to courts and paperwork when cornered. Vigilante justice isn't the answer, Mrs. Adler," the judge cautioned, though his tone suggested understanding rather than condemnation. "Not vigilante," Sadie corrected. "Bounty hunter, just need the proper authorization." She met his gaze directly. "Morgan's officially wanted now, correct? For attempted murder of a federal judge, if nothing else." Understanding dawned in the judge's expression. I could issue provisional warrant, given the extraordinary circumstances. Standard bounty for crimes of this nature would be substantial. $1,000, Sadie suggested. Dead or alive, given the danger he represents to witnesses. The judge considered briefly before nodding agreement. I'll have papers drawn immediately. Official copies will follow to relevant law enforcement officers, but my signature on provisional warrant should suffice for immediate purposes. The transaction completed with surprising efficiency. Official authorization transforming Sadie's potential pursuit from personal vendetta to legitimate contract. As the judge and his party prepared for departure, Miller approached her one final time. Arthur would approve, I think, he said quietly, finding ways to pursue justice within the system rather than against it. The reference to Arthur no longer triggered automatic suspicion, their shared connection to his memory now established with reasonable certainty. Sadie acknowledged the observation with slight nod, unwilling to discuss such personal matters with relative stranger, regardless of shared acquaintance. Stay alive for your trial, she advised pragmatically. Justice only works if witnesses survive to testify. As Miller rejoined the departing judicial party, Charlotte lingered momentarily, studying Sadie with thoughtful intensity. The bounty on Morgan. It's not just about the money, is it? Money pays for ammunition and supplies, Sadie replied, deflecting the implicit question about deeper motivations. Charlotte smiled slightly. Of course. She hesitated before adding, when this is finished, when Morgan's been dealt with, perhaps you might consider alternatives to continuous hunting. Your skills could serve many purposes beyond bringing in bounties. The suggestion echoed Arthur's final advice with uncomfortable precision. Sadie acknowledged it with non-committal shrug, uncomfortable with implications of more settled existence, after years defined by pursuit and capture. Hunt at a time, she said finally. Morgan first, choices after. By dawn, all parties had departed Wheeler's ranch, the judge and Millers heading north toward territorial capital, ranch hands dispersing to various destinations, Sadie herself beginning methodical tracking of Morgan's wounded party as they struggled eastward through difficult terrain. The pursuit lasted 5 days, testing Sadie's determination against Morgan's desperate cunning. His remaining men gradually abandoned him as his wound worsened and resources dwindled, until finally only the corrupt marshal himself remained, feverish, weakened, but dangerous as cornered predator. Their final confrontation occurred in abandoned line shack near territorial border. Morgan, recognizing inevitable capture, chose attempted ambush over surrender. The decision proved fatal. Sadie's experience and preparation, overcoming his desperate final gambit. Could have brought you in alive, she told his fallen form as life faded from cunning eyes that had deceived so many for so long. Given you the trial you denied others. Wouldn't have mattered, Morgan gasped, blood staining his shirt front where her bullet had found its mark. Systems corrupt, top to bottom, just using different justifications than me. The dying observation carried uncomfortable resonance with Sadie's own cynicism about institutional justice. Yet Miller's evidence and the judge's response suggested at least potential for system to correct itself, when proper pressure applied. Maybe, she acknowledged as light faded from his eyes. But some of us still try to do better. The return journey to civilization with Morgan's body felt different from previous bounty completions. Satisfaction, tempered by recognition that justice, while served, remained imperfect. recovery from harm already inflicted on innocent victims. At territorial capital, official confirmation of Morgan's identity brought prompt payment of promised bounty, $1,000, substantial sum representing both professional validation and practical resources for whatever might come next. Jack and Charlotte Miller had already departed, their testimony secured, and preliminary investigation of Morgan's crimes proceeding with institutional thoroughness. They had left message for Sadie should she return, simple note of gratitude alongside suggestion that her skills might find welcome application with federal marshals seeking those with practical experience and moral certainty. Sadie considered the implied invitation while completing administrative requirements for bounty payment. The path suggested legitimate enforcement rather than independent pursuit, offered potential stability without complete abandonment of skills honed through years of hunting society's predators. Yet something within her resisted immediate commitment to new direction. The bounty hunter's path, for all its hardships and moral complexities, had provided structure and purpose during years that might otherwise have been lost to grief's emptiness. Abandoning it completely felt premature, regardless of rational arguments for more settled existence. As she departed the capital, authorization for new bounties secured from grateful judicial officials, Sadie reflected on choices that had brought her to this crossroads. From grieving widow to gang member to independent hunter, each transformation shaped by circumstances and necessary adaptation, rather than deliberate intention. Perhaps the next evolution would follow similar pattern, gradual shift rather than abrupt change, incorporating lessons from both Morgan's corruption and Miller's redemption. Justice pursued with clearer recognition of its complexities, rather than simplistic division between hunter and hunted. The desert stretched before her as she rode west toward new assignment, its harsh beauty and inherent challenges familiar companions on journey without clear destination. For now, the bounty hunter's path remained her chosen route, not because alternatives didn't exist, but because this particular road still offered purpose worth pursuing. Arthur's voice seemed to whisper on desert wind, not urging abandonment of chosen path, but reminder that paths existed to carry travelers forward rather than constrain them permanently. The journey mattered more than destination, continuous choice more than single definition. On hunt at a time, Sadie reminded herself as horizon beckoned with promise of both challenge and purpose. One day at a time. The sun climbed higher as she rode onward, neither entirely the vengeful widow who had once lived only for retribution, nor simply the mercenary hunter collecting payment for captured quarry. Something more complex had emerged from recent experiences. Deeper understanding of justice's nuances, alongside renewed recognition that personal code must sometimes transcend mere contract or convenience. Sadie Adler, bounty hunter, continued her journey across unforgiving landscape, changed by recent choices yet still fundamentally herself. The path ahead remained uncertain, but certainty had never been what she sought. Justice, purpose, occasional moments of knowing she had made difference worth making, these would suffice for now, carrying her forward until next crossroads presented itself. One hunt at a time, one day at a time, one choice at a time. For bounty hunter, following conscience as much as contract, perhaps that was enough. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.